all right. It's not the best I've ever done, but considering the materials that I had to use, I'm thinking it's pretty good. Let me just clean up a bit, and then we can get into a bed painting Friday. Yoo-hoo! It is done. Let me just quickly make sure that I am. All right. Okay, so like I said, I'm just going to do a quick cleanup, and then we're ready for painting. Okay, I mic'd up myself again. Let me see if. Okay, it should be. I should be all set. So let me do the little cleanup around here because I don't want to get these wooden shavings all over the painting right now, or the sawdust, or I don't know how to call it. It's like a woodworking light ASMR. This is happening right now, I think, with the sound in the background. It's just so funny. Okay, let me secure this right here. Okay, cool. And I need a broom. I feel like this is not painting classes anymore, or you know, the atelier where we paint, but you know, like how to make a cheap household items. Ooh. Like DIY. No, DIY, I'm sorry, DIY. I'm just, like I said, this is just, it's too much happening around me. Did I just say DIY instead of DIY? I did. It's just, this stream is keep on giving these crazy things that I'm saying sometimes. It's just can't be real. Well, but you know, on the other hand, if I can make it and you see me doing all these crazy things, then I think everybody could make it this far. So there is one positive thing. All right, this and this. Let me just get a sip of tea because I just got. I can't believe that I get. Can't believe I got sweaty. It's not really that much of a physical work. Okay, I think that it's time to end this. How to clean your studio stream. But actually, you know what? It's a part of, you know, the studio life. Sometimes I've never done this on stream to clean the stuff around me, but you know, there's a bunch of things that I have to do. Well, every painter for that matter, behind the scenes, like cleaning the brushes or washing the brushes, or I don't know. Because some people just leave them in a turpentine jar. I don't do that at all. That's just, I don't want to say wrong, but you're going to destroy your brushes very quickly if you do that. And if you have expensive brushes, then you're going to be regretting it. You need a emote that is a cup of tea. Yeah, I should probably do it. That's one of the things that, you know, later on maybe we can work on together too. Because I saw somewhere that we can make our own emoticons, emotes. I don't even know how to pronounce it properly, truth to be told. But it would be fun. It would be fun. That's a nice bed painting Friday project. me trying to do something that should be actually applicable somewhere else rather than just on the canvas. That might be fun. I'm down. I am down for that. Where's the little thing? There it is. Okay, I'm getting ready. And I'm gonna count this as my exercise as well today. Ta-da! Clean as new. I mean, this is turning into a. I'm just laughing at myself because that's I think that's a cope mechanism. That's a therapy of what's happening right now around me. But I think this is turning into a into a really really bad comedy vlog or podcast actually. So-called situational comedy, except it's not it's not the comedy. It's the real thing that is happening around me. All right, enough with this. Never feel rushed. We love seeing all the behind the scenes. Yeah, but sometimes I feel so embarrassed that this is actually really happening because there are so many other ways how to make it better. But yeah, I'm here. The thing is ready. I don't have a paper. I have to stretch a paper on top of it, but that's going to be a part 2 probably today. Just the internet connection has to stay stable. And yeah, so here we are. Back in the business. Let me brew some more tea, or let me boil the water and steep some tea, to be precise. And meanwhile, let me talk about a little bit of what's happening here. Well, there's a lot actually that's happening. Mostly stuff that I am not necessarily happy about, but what I'm let me see what's happening here. Is this still? Oh yeah, this is still. So I'm going to iron these. Because I don't want that much texture here that I created. I want a little bit softer. Smoother rather. Transitions. And since somewhere there's a more earth natural pigments, somewhere I have that ultramarine blue, somewhere it's that ivory black. Some areas are. Oh, be right back. Okay, no worries, no worries. But there shouldn't be ads for you guys, the ones that are subscribing. Let me just check that. So I am really pushing that pigment in because I want to create a little bit more consistent, continuous layer. Where's the, oh, there it is. Okay, so there's 1 cup of tea. Let me brew a bunch of them at once. So then I don't have to interrupt with the noise from a kettle. Nice. 1, 2. A little bit here. Cool. All right. And let me move the camera back into a right position. So you can see the whole thing. All right, and then this is off slightly. Yep, now we're talking. Okay. Tea for everyone. Yeah, I would love to, guys, to see you here and have a tea. It's actually quite interesting that in I don't know if it's across the whole country, but here in St. Petersburg, people really like to have a tea with some sweets. It's just it's interesting thing. I didn't know why it is, but it comes from a supposedly, right? I am not expert by any means on culture here, but it is very popular. I would call it herbal tea, which is called Ivan chai, and it's a specific herb. But you have to. Well, not you have to. It has a particular taste, and as in the whole world, back in the days when people didn't have enough money and they were mostly like there was kings and queens, and then there was a nobility that had money, and there was a peasant with no money. They used to brew these herbal teas, but they were not very good in taste. There was like a poor quality. So what they used to do is to always have something sweet with it, and usually it was something that looked like a very, very thin and almost runny, not almost runny. It's like a marmalade, but you wouldn't spread it on the bread necessarily, like a jelly or peanut butter jelly sandwich. It wouldn't be like that. It would be slightly runnier, and they would actually sit down. They would have a. Ooh, there was a big chunk that I scraped right there. They would have a. They would sit down. They would have a tea, and then in the middle it would be a jar of this. It's called the varenye in the Russian language, and they would take a spoon of that jelly kind of a product, for lack of a better word, and they would take the spoon of that, and they would sip the tea right after, and it would kind of mix together, and it would create a kind of a better, sweeter experience, right? So whenever I drank tea here with the classmates, they used to actually bring right now they bring different kind of candies and different cookies and so on and so forth, but it's just kind of the idea behind that you have a tea with something sweet with it. It's just it's an interesting thing. And I saw people that in the studio that they had a conflict, like they were screaming at each other, they were just arguing about stuff, and then when the time for a break was with the tea, they sit next to each other and drink the tea, have a sweet, like nothing happened. And then when it ended, they returned to that, or how would I put it? They just kind of went right back when they started, like, I don't know, like screaming and fighting about like my easel was here and yours blocking my view and so on and so forth. And then there was a break for tea and the sweets. So everything is okay. We're sitting, we were all drinking, talking about something else. And right after that, right after we finished the tea, resumed into the fight. Like, oh, I remember you 5 minutes ago. You were yelling at me for this. So it was just amazing to observe that. And for me as a foreigner, that was like it was a really interesting dynamic that was happening. And I had to get used to this. I'm not used to this. It's not like it was I was forced to, but I had to get accustomed to these kind of little quirks that are happening within the academy. And I don't think that it's only in the academy. It's just a way of dealing with a certain problems. There's a time for arguing, and obviously there was a time for just sitting down and chilling, which I kind of like that idea. So I'm scraping all that unnecessary texture there. That would be a first thing. And then again, when you're looking at this painting, the one that I'm working on, there are compositional. How would I even call that? There are some parts of the composition that I don't like. Something that, again, you remember, right now we're in that stage, and I talked a lot about previously about Delacroix. So I'm in that stage of. Ooh, let's scrape this a little bit. I'm sorry, to find something underneath to see what's. Oh, this is not. Well, let's just go into it. Let's iron this out. So we have that kind of a nice randomness there that we're looking for, these happy accidents. So going back to what I was saying, I talked a lot about the Delacroix previously, and actually I'm still talking a lot about Delacroix and his idea of painting like it's a gloomy day. I'm in that stage right now with that gloomy day, right? So there's not like a strong shadow, not strong light source. I have some light accents there, right? I have that background there. But right now, what I want to do, I want to go again back to a composition, to these main lines, the main implied lines. There are things that I really, really like about that. Let's say the position for a cross, the movement, this part, it's kind of okay. But then this guy kind of falls apart. And since I don't have like the dynamic motion between them, I want to push that. Not necessarily moving the figures, but starting to refining these edges. Remember, I talked about Rembrandt a lot, also when it comes to edges. I think that there is no better example than Rembrandt when it comes to edges. Well, I'm pretty sure it is, but Rembrandt is so easily recognizable, and you can find it almost everywhere. Even if you know nothing about art, you probably heard about Michelangelo, Da Vinci, Raphael, and most likely a Rembrandt, maybe Rubens and Velasquez, right? But Rembrandt is just very well known. I wanted to say character, like he was from anime or something. He's a very well-known artist or painter. So I'm scraping, I'm going back and forth, and you know when I'm running back and forth that something is about to go down, because I'm looking and I'm searching for these imperfections in composition. Not necessarily imperfection, these it's like when you have a orchestra and if you're really a master, and your ear, for us it's eye, for them it's an ear, you can hear the slight dissonance, the slight disharmonies that you don't want. So that's why they tuned at the beginning. I think that their orchestra is tuning to oboe because that's the most difficult to tune in. So if I'm not mistaken. Then also there's a harp there. That might be a... Well, I don't know. I don't want to say. I should probably check this before I get into these statements. But what I'm trying to say, it's something like this. Right now, I'm going to start tuning in. I brought all the members of the orchestra, and right now let's tune them in. And then after we tune in, let's start playing some really good music. In theory, right? I still probably have to bring more to the orchestra, right? Because I don't have this foot properly set up. It just looks weird right now there, but it's okay. I'm not really that worried about this necessarily. The other thing that bothers me is this rhythm right here, and then it stops, and I don't know how to. I think that the hand has to be here. Somehow I have to find the way how to put the hand there, and I think that that's gonna kind of make the painting a little better. And when I said a little better, I think it's going to make that painting a little bit more what I had in mind, or what I envisioned, that they are actually physically touching, they are supporting one another, not only in spirit, but also physically, or actually the physical manifestation, it's also spiritual. That's how I think about it, because we're working with the painting and one still image. So I need to convey that idea through the motion, through the imagery, and sometimes we forgetting that this is a painting. That's not a... I don't like to have these long essays next to my paintings, what they mean, and philosophical ideas. I would prefer if you find these things there, if you so choose. It's not mandatory. I got into the, not necessarily argument, I was part of a discussion with my colleagues and friends that they are in the industry. And that is a actually interesting question that I would like to ask you as well, if you're interested to think about that as well, is that when I'm painting for myself, and I'm sorry, because this is, again, I am at the edge of my own understanding what painting should be, which is constantly pushing the boundary or changing, let's say, but it's a frontier. It's really that edge, like I said, of my own understanding. So coming back to the idea is that when you're painting or when you're creating work of art, whether it's, and I said work of art because I mean art in terms of painting, sculpture, music, literature, right, writing, so on and so forth. So when you're creating, and you said that you, and that's important for me, right, specifically, so I'm talking and reflecting my ideas, is that I'm painting it for myself. I want to be satisfied with that painting. Question is, what does it mean to be satisfied with it? Is it the fact that I like it, that I like how it looks? Or is it the fact that others that are looking at that painting are able to get something from it, for lack of a better words. That's really and I don't know myself what the answer. I think I'm leaning towards that. It might be the painting might have mistakes, obvious, maybe even compositional mistakes, but nevertheless, it's communicating correctly with the viewer. It's delivering the message that I want to deliver, or that I want to communicate. And the fact is that lately I've seen so many paintings that they are raising questions, and they're more controversial than anything else. But by raising these questions, it's more, I don't want to really, how would I put this? Because I'm really in the deep philosophical territory right now. What I'm trying to say is that I don't want to give, I don't want to ask questions and then answer them for you. I just want to show the way how I think about certain things. And it does not necessarily mean that you have to like it or agree with it. But that's fine. That's okay. That we should be ready to accept that. It's difficult. It's difficult because I'm the hero of my own movie in my head, and when people don't like what I paint, I feel. And when I say like, that's another thing. When I say like, is it? And it's because I'm back into this, like the for me, this is the Harvard of painting, and I'm amongst really top-notch painters. And when we evaluate our paintings, I feel that we are looking at that technical more than anything else, right? And I don't know if viewers or art enjoyers are, if they care that much about preciseness in technique. So that's just just something out there that something that I wanted to put out there as a part of this creative discourse, because it's a part of a. I think it's a part of the problem when it comes to composition, and I think I'm not necessarily stuck there, but I think that that's shifting my perspective about what successful painting is, or what is the painting that I like. And then being, enclosed in this monumental institution that has been here for so long, and it's, trust me, it's going nowhere. It's just going to get, hopefully, better and better in future. I feel that pressure of not only what art enjoyers think, but also, am I painting enough for professionals, right? They say that Rembrandt is a painter, late Rembrandt. He painted for painters more than for people, because they were not ready to see these things. And then, I went to museum. I went to an exhibition, and I saw beautiful paintings that it was more like illustrations rather than paintings, and they were so naive, but beautiful, but naive. I'm talking about Vesnitsov, is one of the Russian painters, and he painted religious paintings, and then he painted a stories from a, like a not the stories. It's more like a kids' stories, what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't really know. So yeah, and meanwhile I am talking about this, and actually meanwhile, while I'm talking about this, there is a reason uh, that these thoughts are in my head, because they're going to affect the way how I'm going to handle the problems with the painting. So I feel that I should push a little bit more contrast here into this. Um, and another thing is I can't really see the painting as a whole, because I don't have that much space to go away. But I took a picture of it, and then I was looking at it at home and do little adjustments on my tablet, and I saw immediately a bunch of mistakes in composition, which is strange, but that's what gives you that, like to look from far away. That simplification. And I think that the big part of a problem, it's a sky, or actually not a sky. There's a sky, there are figures, and there's a land, and there's water. It's all treated the same way. So I have to calm down the sky a little bit. And instead of creating these kind of a random brush strokes and creating a kind of a feeling of urgency, I should probably create it with a simple shape, right? So that's what I'm trying to say, because right now it looks, the interest, it's not in the shape, it's in the randomness. And I think I should calm it down a little bit and focus more on the graphic shape, because it's a very important character that that supports the composition, or actually it directs the movement. And I feel like I'm not where I want to be. So yeah, I'm just going to introduce a little bit more of a graphic shape. But then I'm looking at Turner, and he's killing it. Turner is just wow. Okay, I really dislike this area right here. Doesn't look natural. So perhaps there should be other figures here, maybe? I don't know, or something. I have to figure something out there that would kind of help the movement. And because right now I have a what if I put a like something like a that might actually work. Fence right there. Or bush, maybe even. I need something, I need something that would change or, connect these through the shape, because I'm missing that shape. A wagon. Talking phrases, you're so awesome. You just said, yeah, the wagon. You are absolutely right, the wagon. You made me laugh. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps, maybe I should put it there. I don't know. But then I'm afraid that there will be too many because I have, like I have this carrying, that carrying there. He's carrying something, another person carrying. It might be a little too much. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe. Because previously in my sketch, actually, there were figures right here. These three were actually carrying like a like I don't want to say that it's like a funeral, but imagine the funeral that they are carrying a coffin. Um, uh, but they were like the stuff that like a how would I even put it? Like four people are carrying something heavy, or because they brought a relic because on the way from Constantinople towards Great Moravia, which was a kingdom where Slovakia is right now. On that way, they stopped and supposedly they found a remains of Saint. I'm blanking on the name. Saint Nicholas, Saint Michael's. I'm not sure. I'll double check that. Anyway, they found remains of one of a saint and a goat, cow, flowers, child. Yeah. Well, these are all great ideas, except that I can't really use kids and the painting because I don't want to. Kids wouldn't be with them because of the arduous journey that they underwent. Another thing is putting a child in the paintings amongst religious monks, men might be. I don't want to call it controversial, but it might actually steer the interest somewhere else, which is also important a topic about the child abuse. I don't think I can say this without getting flagged, but anyway, it's that the part of a painting that would raise more questions and create and disturb rather than actually connect. Right, I talked about the fact that a couple minutes ago that I see a lot of paintings that they are actually raising questions and creating controversies, and then immediately would point it away from actual journey towards why is the child with them? Because I was considering the child and kids and also women. There were no women amongst that. There are still no women amongst the monks. They're just nuns, and it's 800. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 863, 62. The journey took place. So unfortunately, women rights were close to zero. So they wouldn't be involved in this. So that's another point that I had to take into consideration. And flowers, yes, I actually thinking about the flowers because they are going to be here. But flowers are in nature in lighter value, right? So I'm creating that kind of a lighter path, but I want the darker value connecting them. So I'm thinking about, like when you have a bush, there is a lighter top, but there is a darker, as it grows, it creates kind of a naturally a little bit more dense environment, so it's getting darker. Great point, so true. I love that you're so aware. Well, I think that we all are. It's just sometimes, and that's going back to that idea of thinking what's the painting that I like, the one that communicates with viewer, or the one that it's visually pleasing to me. I think we're all taking these things into consideration, and we consciously or subconsciously choosing the way. So that's something that I wouldn't. I wouldn't put myself into position that that would be something special. I think we all do this, one way or another, right? And since I've been working on this particular topic for so long, and I have so many fails with the sketches and ideas, and we can go all over this one day. And I'm actually planning to do exhibition dedicated specifically to making this project happen, because it's actually the journey throughout the academy. I mentioned multiple times that I started my actually composition that I created actually got me to the academy, which was Cyril and Methodius. So I'm really that's it spans over. It's going to be what, 8 years. So it's a really long project. But I'm happy that you are pointing it out, because we don't talk enough about that awareness of all these little things, these nuances that change it. And I actually, these are not necessarily my ideas. You're looking at the Rembrandt and how he actually entered that that conversation about nuanced painting with the Night Watch, right? Or the militia painting, right? The very famous one, which was rejected by a public, which was rejected by his patrons, because he went into a really unknown territory. And I have a goosebumps again, the goosebump check. He went into that unknown territory because he wanted to create it a certain. He wanted to communicate visually what the militia actually is and what it is about, rather than just men sitting or standing around and drinking alcohol, right? So it's part of that thinking on that professional level about the painting. Which is definitely happening with all of us, but we don't talk about this, right? Because it's extremely personal. Yeah, let me maybe push a little bit. Push a little bit more of that. Those clouds, or maybe I should think of land a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if I should start with the clouds and the sky and then transfer to the land, or should I start with the land and then go into the clouds? Well, the logical answer would be like work simultaneously, yes, but where should be like a first? Or maybe I should go into figures and okay, all right, new plan. Maybe if I, create a little bit more of a something happening here, connecting it here, and then maybe push this a little darker. Perhaps something is happening here. Let's work abstractly a little bit, maybe. Before we get into specifics, because I think that's another thing that holding me back. I'm trying to finish painting because of Diploma, and the pressure. I have to shake it off and just be. You remember that matrix that you're supposed to free your mind and do the jump and leap. It's actually a great metaphor about what we are working on right now in our paintings, right? So And here's the thing, even the Neo failed with the first jump, right? So that's why I like that layering. Hi, DM7. Sorry for being late. Had to do errands and eat my lunch. Now I'm painting. Awesome. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We're just talking, and we were actually making a. It was the first half of the day was a arts and crafts rather than just painting. It was a. Yeah, I said DIY and it was DIY. That's why. So we had a lot of fun with my English today. I was making a support for the paper for stretching. So you didn't miss anything. I'm just starting. I'm going back and forth. Minus 10 points from Gryffindor. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Token Princess. Right, right. Let's get it. Let's get her. Minus 10 points. Yeah. How dare you being late? What is this? You were having lunch? Where's my lunch? I was working since morning, running back and forth. So actually, days are getting really, really long here, so I can work till 10 with the natural light, 10 p.m., which is pretty cool. So I'm scraping, I'm adjusting, I'm working. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. There are some darker values here, cool, in the background, which would give that randomness. All right, let's get maybe a little bit more action into figures, and then I'll go into a. I just to show you DM7 that that it's a deserved minus 10 points. Nice, so I didn't miss anything too important. Sorry, I'll be here early next time. I see you added red book, awesome. Yeah, it's a little bit, but you know, just I have multiple to-go teas that I brewed, that I'm actually steeping again right now. So I've been running back and forth trying to figure it out certain things. So I'm fully stocked with tea. So I'm. We need red poppy flowers. Yes, I was actually thinking about that they should be there for sure. And I'm thinking to put them right here and create that kind of a direction, because they are part of this painting, or part of the ideas behind the painting, and it would balance the book, right? I also thinking maybe push this little redder because I want to push that diagonal. Right, you can see that I was adding more red and red more, and when I said red, I mean more saturation, right, towards here. But I have a lot of red, I have a lot of blues, and I'm missing oranges and greens, so I don't have that counter. What's the second? Not secondary. The opposite color. What am I looking? Complementary. I'm sorry, complementary color. Yeah, let's see. So I think that I should, and this is more like I need a little bit more tilt, and I think that it's because I need to push the head a little bit more here and then cut it right there. So let's find some. Let me move these teas away because. Because I don't, you know, my palette is full of tea. I have no place to paint. So So I will add a little bit of, okay, so maybe I should, okay, this is the, I'm gonna work on the head a little bit here. So I'm gonna create a little bit more accurate position, or a little bit more downward looking. So he has that, you remember, because when you look at these two figures, I'm thinking about them from the painting in Slovakia, in my studio that I'm working on. They are in the switched position, but the idea is the same. That one is, you know, like pushing forward, and the second one is kind of trailing behind. And when you say trailing behind, it might be because he's in the thought, or because he's tired. It depends on you. It's your choice to, you know, to fill the blanks in the story, or actually bring your own story into this. Let me see if I have these adjustments a little better here. Yeah, I could push that. Discord thought, guy holding stuff looks like he's just standing there, and the guy holding red book looks like being the motion. And you're absolutely right. And actually that's an intent, because he is the closest, you know, he's all the way on the top of a hill. He already sees where they're going. He's being, you know, like, we're here, and they are kind of trailing behind him. So there is I want to create that, you know, the fact that he's standing, in my mind, pushing these figures, or creating even more illusion of a movement. And I don't know if that's, plus you see it under the weird angle, so he's looking like he's falling down. Let me maybe move it a little bit more to a better angle, but I can't paint like that because it's a lot of reflection, right? So you see a little better how that is right now. Let me just turn on the palette for a second so you see the whole thing, right? So right now it looks a little bit more believable, right? Because under that angle, and also the perspective, it's just a weird feeling. And whenever I was looking at that through the camera, I felt that it's not working properly, right? So I see your vision. Okay, yeah. Well, that's not necessarily. It's not there yet, but it is what I'm thinking about. That he is there. He's the first one. He sees finally some kind of a resemblance of of that destination, right? So that's what was in my mind from this point of view with this particular composition. Let me just get some of these brushes here. I'm going to work a little bit on that portrait, and I have to bring some of my smaller brushes, because these hats are really small. Like, they are not even, like, this is my hand next to it. This is really, really small hat, right? So I can't go with my traditional big ones, but I will eventually. Or I should probably drop them there immediately, because I'm going to be using them. Yeah. Let me start with a quick adjustment. Of a, so this is the head. Maybe I could push it a little bit more this way. Right, so he looks like yeah, way better. Immediately. Oh, interesting detail. Now I totally imagine him pausing and then saying, oh, now we see our destination over there in the horizon. We are close now. Come along, better. We must keep going. Yeah. It's just a, and you can see like immediately you're starting to bring your stories into it, which is that important part for me. This is what I want to communicate exactly, that you are participating in creating of that story. Because at the end, it's when you're looking at that painting and standing in front of the painting, it is your story. I'm not there to tell you what to do and how to think about this, right? So you remember I talked about the fact that that the moment that the painting leaves my studio, I have no longer control over it. I can't really do about anything about what people thinks about it. Maybe I could create a little bit more like a shape right here, and there is that. Okay, right now his head looks too thick, so I'm gonna go with the background. So he's being pushed a little bit more that way, okay. And then I need, where's my palette knife? Where did I put my palette? There it is. I pushed this too much there. I need right now a little bit more of that. I had part right here as it turns this way. And then perhaps a little bit more right here to give him a little bit more of that, yeah. Yep, and then he needs to be cut in a little bit more. And then the beard's gonna go out. Let me just turn on the palette so you guys can see a palette. I'm sorry, I forgot. So I could maybe push this a little more here. Right, cool. And then a little bit more of that. Light right here. So he's like really pointing that head down towards. That will be a little lighter area right here, perhaps. Nice. I don't know, do you... Okay, and then a little bit more towards that warmer. A little bit more saturated side right there. and then also area of the nose right here. And the cheek should be a little lower here. And this one right there. Yeah, okay. Now we're cooking. All right, a little bit of that darkness there. A little bit of this. And then shadow underneath his eye. It's here. And then the nose. Okay. Maybe I would like to show a little bit more of that ear. So let me just push it here. That's where the ear is going to be. That's how the cap is just going to get a little bit more of the shape of the head. And it almost feel like I should push this a little bit more lower, like so here. All right, and then correcting this. And there is a little lighter area right here where the sun is. Okay. Maybe I should push this a little. Maybe I created a little too much of that. Yeah. To open his face a little bit more. So I'm searching for these different shapes. I need to make his beard a little bit more so I engage just a little bit more with that direction of his head. It might be a little too much. Yep, and then I need a little bit of this right here. And here. give him a like long hair even from behind. Remember, I had that little sketch there at home that I was doing a drawing of. Okay. This is going to be the center part of the face. Let me get that a little bit more light there. Smooth that out because I don't want to have a harsh edges there. Okay, he looks right now a little too pale, but that's fine. Let me just get him a little bit more. To that red territory. That might be too much, but it's perfect because I can go with these brush strokes here. Oh yeah, starting to developing a little bit more of that texture. Only him. Cool. Then I need a little lighter value here. Okay. So he's looking down. Okay, right. I moved the head a little bit, which is what I wanted to. Maybe just put a little bit more of a shape on this side, the outside edge. So one is a soft, which is far away from us, the other one is going to be and I left the paints here yesterday. I did not scrape the palette. Well, actually, I still had some of the some of the pigments still on the palette. So right now it has the right consistency, the one that I'm used to, the one that I like. so I can start actually. I'm not using that much of medium, but what I'm doing right now, I'm actually sculpting these brush strokes, which I really, really like to do. And I'm trying to create that kind of a, thicker, heavier. I feel so embarrassed. I have spent the past 4 weeks all painting characters you might see in the children's story. I have been painting very naive. You're right, it is not. You're you're right, it is not viewed as fine art to the master painters. I want to be a real artist, long journey like CNM. Yeah, see, that's the beauty of these things, that you should not ever. Well, let me rephrase that. I think that you are being too hard on yourself right now, because there is a part of being naive. It's a not naive. Feeling that your work is naive. It's a part of the. It's how would I put this? To make it sense. Let me think about that. Let me think about it, because when it is a children's book, right? Kids, they don't want to look on things that we want to look at. That's why they're kids, right? So having cater to kids, it's for instance, I have a hard time to do that, and I wish I could be a little bit more free in terms of my approach, and just let it go, and just enjoy the painting. And when I'm looking at, and you remember the ones that I was showing to you back in the studio, the first iterations of this, it was two figures being in the room, kind of writing that or coming up, or inventing that language. And it was just I don't want to say it was naive. It was it did not communicate very well. And when I say not communicated very well, it's because there was just two people writing. It could be anybody, and not it could be anybody. It didn't show the hardship that they underwent, right? But I don't think the kids wants to look at the hardship. They don't even think of a hardship. So doing something like this has to be refreshing, and I actually envy you to being able to do that. Or actually, even I would immediately I would immediately get scared and just refuse that job, or I don't know how to say it. You know what I mean? Like, I would be just, oh no, I'm not, I can't do that. All right, so portrait is there right now. Not necessarily the one that I want, but it's a good placeholder, right? So again, it has a long way to go, and maybe I should push the darkness here a little bit more to make it a little bit nicer. And maybe a little bit of that shadow in the beard. Again, I like that randomness. It has to look good from a distance, right? Because painting, as Rembrandt said multiple times, it's not for smelling, it's for viewing. Okay, maybe even more here. Let me just introduce a little bit of that. Light right here, as his nose is there. Cool. And then let me shape his beard a little better from outside. So I think that it should cut in here and then it goes down. So I, push that feeling of the angle even more. Yeah, it cuts in and then from here I can go this way. So his beard is a little bit like so. Yeah, a little better. Yeah, slow adjustments. It has been difficult to find a style like DM7 has a great style. You have a great style, but mine is kind of all over. There is, here's the thing. Actually, that's another thing that I think it's preoccupying my mind that I don't really know whether style it's a good word to describing this particular thing. It's because it's more about what aesthetics you like, and it's gonna naturally manifest into this. But in order to fully experience it, it's like when you think about a very famous musician, a jazz musician, Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong. That's. I hope that I'm pronouncing it correctly. His style was not because he was searching for it. It's just by repetition and being good at what he's doing technically. He realized certain things in that technical perfection that he, I mean, there's no doubt about that. In the technical perfection, some things were not necessarily exciting for him to play. That's how I think about that. And he just decided to omit them. He didn't find them important, therefore he doesn't need to play them or play them differently. Skip some of the notes or connect some of these things, that's when something that I think that you're referring, a style is can manifest itself actually. I don't think that any one of us searched for it. It's just it's like your handwriting, right, or your signature. It happens because of the comfortableness of the way your hand feels the most comfortable. I think it's the same thing with the painting. It's about, you can point out a Rembrandt painting, you and point out a painting done by you. It's like a type of personality. Yes, but when you think about the Rembrandt, look at the early Rembrandt when he was young. It was just, you could see that he's not there yet. It was beautiful technically, and people loved these paintings because they were, like every figure was really painted in, and you could see every portrait. And then he started a little bit with these nice textures, but it wasn't what he was doing late Rembrandt. There is a dispute about whether some of the paintings are, I think it's a Leiden, because they were painting, like, I don't want to say in the same studio, but they are from. They are contemporaries. They are competing for the same customers. It was Leiden and the Rembrandt, and sometimes they were, they didn't know if it's a Leiden or Rembrandt. That's how close they were in terms of a painting quality, right? But then later on, Leiden didn't change. Rembrandt he went off the tracks, off the rails, not because he was searching for a style, because that's how he felt comfortable. Right, so you have to, and imagine it's a span of not decade, not 10 decades, right? It's a 30 years, a difference between, or maybe even more, between late Rembrandt and Rembrandt as a student in the studio, or Rembrandt coming into Amsterdam from Antwerp. Am I right? I'm not sure right now. That's my bad. I have to check that out, right? So, and it's not only about the way how you paint, but it's also about the topic that you are choosing to paint, right? I feel more comfortable painting these draperies right now very quickly because I paint them so many times. If you ask me to paint someone with a t-shirt, I would be lost. You would never said that I painted it because I haven't got, it's like when you're when you're practicing a cooking recipe, right? The first one, when you get it, you don't even know what you're doing. And then as you do it multiple times, you fine tune the ingredients that you're using, because a salt from that you buy here and salt that you buy in Slovakia and salt that you buy in let's say US. I don't want to say that salt tastes differently, but I know that sometimes a small tablespoon of a salt of some kind feels way more saltier than the other. That same goes with the pigments. I was struggling with the pigments because they are too runny to my taste, right? So right now the palette absorbed a little bit of the oil and I feel a little bit more comfortable with painting and applying a pigment. Oh, I am sorry, Token Princess. Keep practicing the style you admire. I don't necessarily know if that's the right way to do. Let me go a little bit more. You admire a certain painters. For me, it's a Rembrandt, for instance. It's obvious. You wouldn't say that I paint like Rembrandt, but it has a certain Rembrandtesque aesthetics, right? And it's because of the subject, the colors, the color harmonies, the palette, right? So that's what brings it a little bit more towards a Rembrandt kind of a style, quote unquote, right? But I'm thinking more in terms of impressionism that he wouldn't be able to because of the pigments that I'm using, right? Also, I've seen way more painters than he could ever seen in his life due to a possibility of travel. So I have way more knowledge, right? Not necessarily that I would be smarter than he is, but knowledge in terms of the library of pictures I've seen, right? So I can apply more ideas that they are out there. And there is so many other factors that that are being that we would have to take into the consideration when we think of a quote unquote style. For me, painting thickly, or impasto, right, like what's happening right here, right now, it's not because I am following a certain style or aesthetics. It's more about I really enjoy the paint application and the fact that my brush kind of picks up these random colors alongside. I saw it in the Rembrandt. He might have a completely different technique how he was achieving that effect. This one is mine, and thinking about that aesthetic created this kind of a I don't know, hand movement, which you might consider of my style. It's not gonna happen immediately. It's not gonna happen immediately. And it's not gonna happen immediately. It's gonna take time. It took me 15 years, and I've been doing this every day, right? So you have to factor in also a time that I put into this and you're putting into this. The more you paint, the more experience you have with a certain result, right? And then the repetition, it's gonna become so boring that you want to venture out with your brush application, with the surfaces that you're using, the pigments that you like. It's that, you're gonna repeat it. For me, picking up the graphite pencil and doing these Charles Bark kind of copies 1-to-1, I can't do that anymore. I've done them. I was admiring them to the point of insanity. I would say I was cherishing them as the pinnacle of a painting. I've repeated them so many times that they kind of got boring for me to even look at. Never mind to draw that way. So I pick up the charcoal, and I was completely destroyed by how how different it was to actually manipulate a charcoal on the paper than the graphite. So I had to adjust even the paper texture. You need slightly more tooth into paper to grab that the charcoal properly. I went all the way to actually using a canvas to draw with the charcoal than the paper because of the tooth of a canvas, right? Oh, very good food of thought. Thank you. All right, that's a cue for me to stop talking and start painting. All right, I got it. But I hope that you don't feel that you have to find a style right now to feel that your painting is valid. You already have your style 100%. It's just it needs to get to the point then when I wake you up in the middle of the night, or when you wake up in the middle of the night, you would draw the eye sockets immediately without even thinking about what the eye socket is. at that point, it's going to be a second nature for you. Kind of like that, I think, would be a closing statement because of me talking too much. So and I can show you. Well, not I can show you. There is a plenty of different paintings that I made. Like let's say that the painting of a monk, the painting of a knight that I did. It's completely different than the painting of that Slovakian folk. And I have a different portraits that I did. Some of them are very thin and kind of a precise. Some of them are rough, like these ones. The reason why this is rough is because when you think about Millet, the French painter, he had these beautiful, beautiful, beautiful portraits, thin portraits, and kind of a smooth, kind of also almost alabaster, like beautifully, beautifully rendered skin. There is a beautiful portrait in the Getty Museum of a young girl or young woman, and right next to it are Millet's paintings of people that are working on the fields, and it's rough and it's thick, and you would look at it and you would be like, that cannot be a same painter. Well, it is a same painter. It's just when he was painting someone noble and portrait that was as a commission, he wanted to do a nice, really precise portrait, whereas painting these nice beautiful faces on the people they were working from dusk till dawn, or the dawn till dusk, from the morning till evening, their faces were rough, so he used a pigment to create that roughness, right? Same goes for them. I can't really make their skins really thin, because they underwent a really difficult journey. It needs to show on their faces, on their feet, and like it has to be rough, in my mind, because it would help that it has to represent the rough application of a pigment represents the roughness in their journey, in my mind, right? The darkness of the sky represents of that. Sometimes for me, the dark thoughts that I'm done with this. I just want to go home. I have no, like, why am I even doing this? It makes no sense. I would be better off doing something else. It's like the dark thoughts of quitting, not pursuing, not going further, right? But remember, these are only theories. No one ever said that you cannot create a beautiful painting of a journey with a smooth brushstroke. It's up to you to create with the painting the atmosphere. Whatever style are you going to use, whatever application you're going to do, it's completely up to you. Having both or all the techniques into your disposal would make you way better painter than just looking for some specific, stylistic approach. No, that's not cute, silly. I appreciate you sharing that. Yes, I get those feelings. Why am I even doing this? Exactly. It's just, and they're never going to go away. Trust me, they're never going to go away. The only thing that is going to happen is that you're going to be able to better argue with yourself why you're doing this. I am in the point of addiction, and the addiction did not happen because the addiction happened because I repeated it so many times that I can't imagine my life without it. It makes me happy to be here. And I'll do this, remind me this if I forget. When I get home, I'll do a we're gonna go deep. We're gonna dive deep into my sketchbooks and ideas from Los Angeles when I used to study in Los Angeles. It's madness. It is madness. This is Asylum Atelier. What did you expect? It's just I'm glad that we're slowly getting into that. Like I'm you guys are drowning with me. We're going deep down into these like deepest parts of a madness. That's what the Asylum Atelier is about. It's just I even if I wanted to, I couldn't call it any other way. So what I'm going to try to do right now is that I feel that's my feeling that it's way too dark, right? It could go a little bit more into a background. So, and what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to do experiment. Like, can I actually cut these? And I'm dry brushing over it, right? So I'm dropping the value a little bit. Can I create and push the composition a little bit with it, right? So some area could be lighter and some could be darker, right? So it's going to be that variation in that. But again, it's going to push the diagonal that I was talking about, right? So what I'm trying to do is that, right, because right now it looks a little too, you see like this, it looks a little too symmetrical, right? So I'm going to push and find something else there. So I'm dry brushing lighter pigment on top of it, and I'm leaving the canvas and the underpaintings and underlayers show through. And I'm going to see if I can create some kind of a different shape here. So it almost, and I can go, it would be really difficult at this point to actually get rid of it completely. It's always going to show through there. I would have to take actually a palette knife and cover it and smooth it and then sand it and then paint it again if I want to get rid of that ridge, because there is a lot of thick paint around there. There is a smooth, almost like an underpainting right here, and there is a really thick white going around there, right? So no matter what I'm going to do, even just the sheer fact that there is a differences between textures is going to show the difference. That's something that I saw and observed in Rembrandt. Are you going to add a small circle somewhere for the sun like a Turner? I don't know. Actually, I was thinking about that. Because that's one of the shapes that I'm missing. I have there is a circle right here, but and there. But that's something that I'm missing slightly. And what I'm thinking about, instead of actually pushing the actual sun, because that might turn it a little bit more towards the illustration. Like, oh, there is a sky, it needs to have clouds and it needs to have sun, right? So I am probably going to hide it, and I'm going to create the idea of a sun by making some of these areas lighter around here. Because this is a very cloudy area. So sun is just going to shine through, but I'm not going to do these streaks like that. I'm just going to create a feeling with the light, like a feeling of light, like the sun shining through the clouds rather than anything else. And if that won't work, I'll figure something else. I will think about something else. So maybe I could do the same thing right here. So instead of creating something dark there, maybe I can lighten this and change the the feeling of a mountains in the background. So this is why the creative solutions are so important to me, 100%, because there is a first idea. Okay, I throw it right there, and then I'm asking myself, like, how can I make that obvious choice? And even though that this looks like the sun right there, and it's actually the pigment that I scraped, and it was, I scraped a little too much, so it looks like a sun there. Funny enough. But going back to that, I have it's like when you're writing a book, you have that concept, and then you start correcting that concept, not necessarily changing the main idea, but finding and fine-tuning sentences, and then finding, you're going to grab thesaurus, and you're going to find even better representation of a word that you need to describe the certain action or certain feeling, perhaps, I don't know, certain emotion. And when you're done with that, you're going to go back again, and you're going to try to make it maybe simpler, even more, so it's easy to understand. And it's just, there's so many things that are in play here that I could do before I feel satisfied. And it's always about supporting a composition. For me specifically, so I wouldn't consider myself as a really good technical painter. Not at all. I mean, I can just go next door and I'll show you what a mastery in technique is. I'm not there yet, but what I really like, what makes me go further, it's the searching for a composition. That's that inner puzzle solving mindset that I have. Something that that I love chess, and chess is a big puzzle. And maybe even the pole could be like a lighter here, so it's not that visible, right? So it's kind of nicely blend into it, and then it's a lost edge and find edge and lost edge and find edge, and I'm trying to control that, right? Maybe that's the problem with the composition, because it's just they're nicely kind of flowing right here, and then I have a cut down there, right? So it feels like maybe if I can just maybe if it recedes into background, and this is happening right now because I started with the clouds, and I'm feeling that, okay, we're pushing it there, nice. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should go even lighter here. Let's do that immediately. And not even lighter, maybe even cooler a little bit. So I'm going to create like something that might look like green, but it's not green, but it's going to look like green next to these blues. And I want to go lighter because I want to push the diagonal. So let's make this a little lighter, right? So the darkness is going to push there. And maybe this guy can go all the way into that background, so he seems like he's even further away from us. So this one is the closest, and these are farther away, right? So they need to be a little bit more bond with the background. You see how slowly, just kind of connecting these things, it's starting to help and push the composition a little bit more, right? So I'm creating the triangle there, the kind of a wedge with this, which is the really harsh contrast, but then I am kind of putting this all together in the one shape that also is going to push this forward from the bottom, right? The only problem that I have right now that I actually saw is that this dark shape and this light shape are the same. They look very close to each other in terms of the size and direction, right? So that's another thing that I will have to work on. And I'm going to make this smoother, so there is no such visible transition. It's going to be something like this around here, and this is going to be a little bit more dominant, a little bit more flowers, a little bit more detail. Why? Because this is closer to us, and the sky is in the background. And remember, we talked about this, the atmospheric perspective. Things that are closer to us appears a little bit more defined and warmer. Remember Bruegel, right? Bruegel was the last book that I was obsessing about, because I received it as a Christmas present. So I'm just going to push this all into a background. It's still going to be there, but it's going to be in that stage of, oh, it's really, really dark, really, really far away. Which gives me a little bit more contrast in these guys, right? So this is a really darker shape, and this needs to be a little bit more developed. Yeah, I think that this is a problem of a composition that pole right there, it's a little too specific. Yeah. Now we're talking. It's still there, but it doesn't stop me from moving with the composition. And that's what I was talking about, that I felt that I need to do some connection here, because it felt like, oh, there could be end of the painting right here. Why do this looks like a separate painting to me? So that's why I need to connect it. And what I want to do, I want to connect them through the sky and then into clouds. So as you go here, then you move and you go back. So you don't leave from a painting, because everything right now rushing you to that direction, and it almost feels like you're going to leave the painting. I want you to get back, right? Or I want to keep you in the painting. These are the things, these are the behind the scenes that if you manage to put together really well, you're very quickly going to be on the level of Rembrandt, because that's where the composition is what drives it forward. It's not the detail painting. It's about understanding of these nuances. When you look at Turner, right? Turner has these skies that goes like this. He's creating the dome right there. Why? Well, because then you're not going to leave there. Like you go and it's all the lines, implied lines, are trying to keep you in the center. When you think I don't know, Leonardo da Vinci, and their linear perspective, they were making everything go towards the center. The thrones, the architecture, everything went into a focal point. Every implied line, every line of a composition went that direction. And he even wrote about in his diaries about that for him painting it's mathematics. And you can't achieve a beautiful painting without understanding of mathematics. These golden ratios and so on and so forth. It was that's why they call it Renaissance, because it was, after the Dark Ages, they were finally, oh my God, finally, there's a little bit of hope for us, because that's just, there is a knowledge out there. still too dark right here. So yeah, now we cook in the gas. How far am I going to push it? Where the elbow is going to be? I don't know, maybe here. So it's all abstract painting, right? And instead of, well, there is another idea. Like I'm looking at it right now. Maybe I can create, and this is just this is something that when you start like observing in other paintings, that's when the paintings are being way more excited, right? When you think about Rembrandt, when he does his backgrounds, right? Sometimes, and it's just you really have to be fine-tuned. Once he actually, in one portrait, he showed that there's like a circle there that he painted in. And I think the story goes because like people were almost like, oh, you can't paint anymore because he was starting to paint like only with the brush strokes, no details. So he put it's his self-portrait, and he's holding the palette and a brush is in the hand, and the hand is just 3 brush strokes, and brushes are another brush stroke. That's it. And he was like, okay, I don't need to paint the perfect hand because everybody knows that it's hand. So he painted a beautiful circle in the back. They're like, oh, F you, everybody. I do whatever I want, right? So, and when you then start looking into his portraits, the background, it's the vital. It has enormous importance because he's creating these portraits in the background, with the background. I'm sorry. It's just beautiful. And then, sometimes you see that he actually brings the figures out of a background just with a couple of brushstrokes. But the values are so subtle and so soft, right? So what I could do, demonstrate, right? So I could actually create a circle right here, put it a little bit more this way, right here, all the way up, and here. Right? With the very soft value, and suddenly you just completely change the composition. It's the still same thing, but with these subtle shifts, with these nuances, it's suddenly a completely different thing. And right now I have in the main darkness, it's right here. So if you kind of thinking, oh, this is a main figure, and then I'm gonna be no. I'm gonna put the value right here, just to demonstrate what I'm talking about, because this is fun, and maybe we can use it, right? And right now, suddenly, like I made the circle around him. I don't necessarily have the sun like Turner, but when you think about Turner, he was actually. It's like a ripples. He did the sun, but then when you look at his skies, they have all that circular motion, right? So similarly with this, there are no right and wrongs at this point. I know that I should be painting and finishing the painting, and I know that my master is going to come and he's going to be angry that I'm not finishing the portraits, but I know why I'm not finishing them, because they're not important. Well, they are important, but they are supporting characters in the larger scale of a composition. I have to do something. Someone came in. I'll be right back. Give me a second, please. All right, I'm back. There's something really, really strange. Not strange. Something that I forgot to. Forgot to. Let me ask you this. Well, I used to smoke cigarettes. It was a long, long time ago. It might be 10, maybe even more, 12 years. Um, uh, since I quit smoking, and it was also not only a health decision, a ghost. I'm back. It was a really long time since I quit smoking, and it's also a very long time since it was allowed to actually smoke inside the buildings. There is also a prohibited to smoke in the buildings in like in the cafes and bars here, but no one no one actually follows that rule here in the academy. And when you go into a hall, you can see people smoking in the halls. It's just like a trip into a, I don't know, 1950s, you know, or 1950s, yeah. Just to see people smoking in the hall and just walking back and forth, it's kind of a trip for me. I was just outside of studio, and not only that, there are people that are smoking in their offices, right? So it's just like a crazy thing that I kind of you know. Then another thing that happened to me, and you're not gonna believe this, I was, in that transfer flight, I was waiting for 12 hours in Turkey. And I kid you not, there's like a food court on the at the airport, and there was a line for I don't know what was it, some fast food. Never mind. There was a line there. People are waiting for food, right? Привет, привет. All right, I'm sorry I was silent because one of the another artists. We need to actually talk about something. That's the reason why I was off. But anyway, I'm probably going to continue painting. I hope that you guys are painting, even if I'm not. Even if I'm not painting. Let me see. Where were we? I was talking about that importance of composition. So I'm going to be continue working. I also cleaned my palette a little bit. Get a little bit more of a little bit more into that portrait. I'm painting, so no worries. Okay, awesome, awesome. I knew that you're gonna be painting DM7. I hope that Token Princess is painting as well. And a little bit of here, the lighter value. And I was thinking, I remember I was talking about that. Circle in the composition. And the fact that I'm looking for you see, like for instance, this looks like I like the hard edge being here, but not as it goes into the sky. So I'm just going to soften it a little bit. I'm going to find some transitions. I put a little bit of blue there, right? And I can go and, continue that discussion with the circle right here, right? So that will kind of create that circular feeling right into the middle, which is not ideal, but I just wanted to push that. Yeah, are you painting, Token Princess? Yeah, that's a good question. I hope she's painting so frivolously and with so much energy that she's forgetting to type into our chat. I'm trying to finish this commission. It's a bit challenging, more complicated than I usually do. I know I can do it, but still. Oh, I was actually. Are you talking about the one that you also posted on a Discord? It looks pretty good. It actually looks very nice. My question is it supposed to be like that kind of a monochromatic? It's supposed to have that kind of a monochromatic feel, or is it more like your artistic choice there, DM7? Maybe it's just me, but seeing that faint circle behind the leader is asking for a rainbow. Yeah, you know what? You're right on the money as always when it comes to rainbows, because I was looking at some of these Russian painters. So they often put the rainbows into their landscapes, which is crazy to think of, because it always in my mind looked a little naive. Yeah, it's based on the black and white picture. Oh, okay, all right. So you're gonna keep it monochromatic. And the client wanted to keep it that way, so I'm adding a little bit. Oh, it's awesome. It looks very, very nice. What's the size if you don't mind me asking. I know I'm just too inquisitive here, so feel free to just shut me down and say like, none of your business, man. He liked the idea, so as well, so yeah. I'm going to add maybe a little bit of kind of something to work with there, because I'm still not necessarily 100% on board with that. And right now it looks like a hair, which is not ideal because I want it to be a and then we'll find some edges there underneath. I'm just trying to get a little bit more of a 40 by 30, not as big as yours, and don't worry about it. Feel free to ask. Okay, also cool. Thank you. 30 by 40 is it's a nice size. I always well, when you think about that, like, my portraits are probably, it's very close to your portrait that you are painting. It's just a lot of environment here for me to cover. So I have to figure something out here. That's why I'm so concerned about the overall shape of a composition, because that's what's interesting here in this painting, because there's not, I can't really go into like super defined portrait. I mean, I could, but not in that. You remember we talked about earlier today. The fact that I'm painting with like a little bit more of a pigment, it's difficult to get to like exact details. Yeah, and 40 by 30, it's easier to ship internationally. Oh yeah, it's just, I totally understand, since I was struggling with shipping my stuff. Or bringing actually things here. So I totally get what you're talking about. Here I should probably get a little bit more of that. A little bit of scraping here, I think it's... Ooh, a little bit of a... This is all still very wet paint because I painted it more impasto than and haven't had a chance to even sit down a little. No, well, dried a bit, so it's all. I'm feeling I'm painting wet into wet right now. And also another thing is that doing this, it doesn't, with the palette knife, it doesn't mix the colors necessarily together. They are more like a bunching into each other. So all the differences between brushstrokes are still there. They're just smooth because of the because I'm smoothing them down, right? So I want to create that. And this has to all get a little smoother, a little closer together, because right now it's getting a little too much attention. Not necessarily unwanted, but it's getting a little too much, that kind of a randomness there, right? So the randomness of the sky, it's great on its own, but right now it's actually fighting for attention in the way how I think about it. So you have to have these areas of a smooth kind of a continuous transitions, like these gradients, and then you have these sharp, what would we call them? Sharp edges, and what's the word that I'm looking for? Sharp edges and high contrast. Yeah, it's starting to feel a little better. Maybe I should work a little bit more on that. On the book. Maybe if I change this, let me, because I'm not happy with the shape of a portrait. So maybe if I just push it here a little bit more and give him a little bit more like this kind of a shape, that this is where the head is, and put the hair a little bit more higher up. Like I almost want to it feels like I would create like it doesn't sit properly on his head, almost like that feeling, right? And then maybe I could push it here a little bit this way. Well, that's going to be actually an important part. of the painting to find a nice pleasing shape. A little better. Soft edge, and then maybe I could push. Okay, this might work actually. But I have a lot of pigment there already on the top, right? On the canvas. So it's getting really complicated to put more pigment on top of it. So I'm just going to scrape this away a little bit. Ooh, and we found a little bit of a blueness there, which is nice. Right, and I'm going to hit it with this kind of a lighter pigment right around here. So for a second it's going to look weird, but it's all going to make sense in a second. Only if I properly shaped his beard, and then also his face, consequently. Now I think I have it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, way better. Way better. Okay. And maybe I should get a little bit more of a So right now it looks like his hair, but it's okay. You can still keep it as his hair if I so choose, because I'm working with the shape. But if I shape it nicely here, and then push it like so, and maybe add a little bit of this. Okay, this is going to be a look way more like a head right now. I'm trying to understand a little bit where the body is, right? So and maybe I could push this a little bit here, right, to expose the arm a little bit more, right? So I have a little lighter value there. So this is what I mean. So it would go here and then down. Like so. Better understanding of the size of his body. Because I think that that's, again, what kind of breaks that or destroys that illusion of three-dimensional space. So this is where his hand is going to be, like so. Maybe a little more, or actually less of the hand this way. pigments.